I'll tell my butt. Time two. Time two. Time two. You. Oh, you.
Shabbat shalom.
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 Shalom, my bad.
Shalom.
Shalom.
I apologize. I did not hear my alarm. Okay. Were you guys just waiting? No one started anything, right?
Khan.
Okay. רבנו שבא שמם, יתה קדש שמך, ויתה ברך מלאכותך רצונך, יאה חשוי בשמם ובארץ, ותתן לחמנו תמיד, ומחולנו חטאתנו אשר אנחנו מוכלים לחוטאים לנו, ואל תביאנו לידי ניסיון, ושמרנו מכל רע. אמן. מיגו.
Rabbeinu, Shabbat Shemem, Yatakadah Shamcha, Wayadabarach, Malachotcha, Radzoncha, Ya'e Rashwe, Bashamen, Waba'aretz, Watatan, Lachamno, Tamirit, Wamacholano, Chata'ateno, Cha'asha, Anachno, Mochalen, Lachota'en, Lano, Wa'al, Tabiano, Layade, Layade, Naseon, Washmarino, Mochal, right, Aman. Shalom.
מיגו.
Shalom. Go ahead.
Shalom. Rabbeinu Shabbat Shemem, Yata Kadah Shamka, Vayata Barak, Malakotka, Ratzonka, Ya'e Kashoe, Bashemem, Waba Arat, Watadan, Machamno, Damedet, Mamacholano, Fatan Eno, Ka Ashar, and Nakno Mochlain, Makotain, Lanoa Al, Labayano, Layade, Nisayon, Washamarino, Machal Rai Amon.
Aman. מיגו.
Shalom.
Rabbeinu Shabbat Shalom. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead,
Shalom. Rabbeinu Shabbat Shalom. Yata Kadah Shamka, Wayata Barak, Malakotka, Ratzonka, Ya'e, Chashoe Bashamim, Waba'aretz, wadatan lakhamno tamidi, wamakolano, katadino, kaashar, anakno, mokhalim, lakotaim lano, waal tabayano layadi, nasayon, washamarino makal, ra, aman.
Shalom. Abeno, Shabbat Shemen, Yata Kada, Shamka, Wayata Barach, Malakotka, Ratsonka, Yae, Rashawe Bashamen, Waba Rats, Watatan Lacham no, Tamede, Wabakol Lano, Khat Atheno, Ka Asha, Anachano, Moclain, Lakotain, Lano Wa Tabeano, La Yade, Naseon, Washamareno, Makha, Right, come on.
Come on.
Shalom. Abeno Shabbat Shemen Yata Kadash Shamcha Vayata Barach Malachotcha Ratzoncha Yae Chashu Lebasheme Waba'aras Watatan Lachamno Tamedet Wamachol Lano Chat Ateno Ha'ashar Anachno Mochalein Lachotaim Lano Wa'al Tabeyano Layade Nasnu Washamareno Machol Ram.
Abeno Shabbat Shemen Yatakadas Shamka, Wa Yatabarak Malakot Paras, Aya Rashawe Bashamin, Ba'arat Wakatan, Hamno, Tamede to Makolana, Kata Abeno Kaashar Nachno, Mochem Aim Mano, Atabeano, La Idena Seo, Washamareno Maholrai, come on.
Come on, Mechol.
Shalom.
Shalom.
Abeno, Shabbat Shemen, Yata Kadash Shamcha, Wayata Barak Malachutka, Ratzoncha Yae, Chashwe, Bashamem Waba'arat, Tatan Lachamno Tamede, Wamachol Lano, Chata Ateno, Cha'asha Anachno, Mochlem Lachotaem Lano, Wa'al Tabeano La Yade Naseon, Washamareno Macharai Aman.
Shalom, Shabbat Shalom. Abeno, Shabbat Shemem, Yathakadash, Shamka, Wayathabarach, Malakothka, Rasonka, Yae, Gashue, Bashamem, Wabaratz, Wathathan, Lakamno, Thamideth, Wamakol, Lano, Katathaeno, Kaashar Anachno, Moclaim, Lakothaem Lano, Waal, Fabaeno, Layade, Nasion, Washamareno, Makalra, Aman.
Come on.
Shalom. Abeno, Shabbat Shemen Yatakadas Shamka, Wayata Barak Malachotcha Rasonka Yae, Gashoe, Wabaras Wata, Abeno, Shabbat Shemen Yatakadas Shamka, Wayata Barak Malachotcha Rasonka Yae, Gashoe, Bashamen Wabaras Wasathan, Lachamno, Tamedeth, Wamakolano, Kasafeno, Kashar, Anakno, Mokhalen, Lakotain, Lano, Wa'al Tabayano, La Yade Naseon, Washamareno, Makara, Amon.
Come on.
Shalom, Shabbat Shalom. Abeno, Shabbat Shemen, Yathakadas, Shamcha, Wayatabarach, Malachotcha, Ratzoncha, Yae, Chashowe, Bashamen, Waba Aratz, Wafathan, Lachamno, Thamedid, Wamachol, Lano, Chafafeno, Ka'ashar, Anachno, Mukalim, Lachothaim, Lano, Wa'ol, Fabiano, Layade, Nasiyon, Washamareno, Machol, Rai, Aman.
Abino Shabbat Shamim, Yatadas Shamka, wa Yatabarak, Malakatka, Ratzonka, Yae, Gashoe, Bashamim, wa Barats, wa Tathan Lakamno, Tamidate, wa Makolano, Kathatino, Kaashar, Anakno, Moklaim, Lakotaim Lano, waal tabiano layade nasayon wa shamalino makal rai aman.
On Mehod.
Shalom. Abeno Shabashamein, Yatakadash Shamcha, Wayatha Barak Malakotka, Ratsonka Yae Rashoe Bashamem Waba Aratz, Wathathan Lachamno Thamede, Wamakol Lano, Khatat Eno Kaashar, Anakno Moklem, Lachota Aim, Lano, Waal Tabeano, Layade Naseon, Washamareno, Makal Rai Aman. Shalom.
Mehod.
Shalom. Abeno Shavashame Yatakada Shamka Wayata Barak Malakovka Ratsonka Yae Chashoe Bashame Wapa Aras Watata Lakamno Tamede Wamakolano Ka Tateno Kashar Nakno Moklen Lakota Ein Lano Waal Tabiano Layade Naseo Washamareno Mako Ra Aman.
Shalom. Abeno. Go ahead.
Abeno Shabashamim, Yatakada Shamcha Vayatabarach, Malachotcha Ratsuncha Yae, Hashoe, Bashamim, Vaba Aratz, Vasatan, Lachamno, Tamede, Vamachol Lano, Chatzaf Eno, Chaashar, Anachno, Mochlem, Lachota Em Lano, Waal Fareano, Layade, Naseon, Vashamar Eno, Machal Rai Aman.
Aman. Shalom. Abeno, Shabashamin, Yatakara Shamka, Wayatabarak, Malakotka, Ratzonka, Yae Rashwe Bashaim, Waba Aratz Watata Nakamno, Damedev Wamakalano, Hatatino Ka Asher, Anakno, Mokhalem Nakotaim, Lana Wa'a, Dabeano, Laya de Nacion, Washmarino Makal Rai, Aman.
Shalom. Abeno Shabashame Yatakada Shamka Wayata Barak Malachoka Ratsoncha Yae Bashawe Bashame Waba Arat Watatan Lachamno Damidi Wamakalano Khatapeno Kaashar no Moklen Lakota Ein Lano Wa'a Tabayano Laya De Nacion Washa Mareno Makal Ama Shalom.
On Mehod.
Shalom. Abeno Shabashami Yatakara Shamsa Waitabara Barakotpa Ratsunka Yae Gashoe Bashame Waba Aras Rasasam Lachano Taminde Mamafo Lano Hasaf Eno Haashar Anachno Mokle Lakota E Lano Waal Tabeano Layade Naseon Washamar Eno Mahal Rai Aman.
Shalom. Abeno Shabashmim Yahakadash Shamcha Vayata Barach Malachotcha Ratzumcha Yae Gashoe Bashamim Waba Aratz Vathathan Lachamno Tamidev Vamachol Lano Chafaf Eno Chaashar Anachno Mochleim Nasotha Ein Lano Waal Tabiano Layade Nasi On Bishmar Eno Mahal Rai Aman. No.
Mehod. Shalom.
Abeno Shabashamein, Yatakadash Shamcha, Wayatabarak Malakotka, Ratsonka Yae Gashoe Bashamem Waba Aratz وتتم الحمد نميدي Antofino, Harshar, Anaklo, Anakno, Mokale, Akuka Etano, Tabiano, Layede Nacion, Washimarino, Flora, Aman.
Shalom. Abeno, Shabbat Shemayim, Yatakadah Shamcha. Vayetabarach Malachotcha, Ratzoncha Ya'e. Arasho'e Bashemayim Va'aratz Motatam. Achamno Tamide, Wamacholano, Chatat Eno Cha'ashar Anachno. Mochlem Lachotzaim Lano Wa'al. Tabi'ano Layadei Naseon, Washmar'eno Machal Rai Aman. Shalom.
Shalom. Abeno, Shabbat Shamayim, Yata Kadash, Shamka, Malak, Wayata, Barak, Malakotka, Ratsonka, Ya'e, Gashu'e, Bashamayim, Waba'arat, Watatan, Lakamno, Tamede, Wamako, Lano, Kata Ateno, Ka'ashar, Anakno, Mokalem, Lakotaim, Lano, Wa'al, Tabiano, Layade, Naseyon, Washamareno, Makar, Ra, Aman.
Shalom. Abeno Shabbat Shemayim, Yatsakada Shamaka, Wayatabarak Malakotka, Ratsonka, Ya'e Gashuwe, Bashamim, Waba'arat, Watasan Lakhamno, Samayde, Wamakholano, Kas Aseno, Hashar, Anakno Mokalim, Lakosayim Lano, Wa'altabeano, Layadena Sayon, Washamareno, Makhalra, Aman. Shalom.
Shalom. Mechor.
Shalom. Abeno, Shabbat Shemayim, Yathakadah Shamcha, Wayathabarach Malachotcha, Ratzuncha Ya'e, Gashuwe, Bashemayim Waba'aratz, Watathan Lahamnu, Thamedeth Wamacholano, Hatateno Ha'ashar Anachno, Muchleim Lakota'im Lano, Wa'al Thabiano Layadei Nashion, Washmareno, Maharai Amat. Shalom.
Hello. Ready? Shalom. Abeno. Shabbat Shemayim. Yathakadah Shamcha. Vayethabarach Malachocha. Ratzoncha. Ya'e. Chashoe. Bashamayim. Waba'aratz. Watathan Lachamno. Tamedeth Wamachol Lano. Chatzateno Cha'ashar Anakno. Mochelu Lachotaim. Lano Wa'al Labayano Layede. Nasion Washamarino Machol Rayaman. Shalom.
Shalom. Abeno, Shabbat Shemayim, Yat Kadash Shamka, Vatabarak Malakotka, Ratsonka, Waba'aratz, Wayabarak Malakotka, Ratsonka, what's that? Ratsonka, Ya'e, Gashu'e, Bashamim, Waba'aratz, Watatan, Lakamno, Tamaidet, Wamakol Lano, Kataeno, Kaasar Anakno, Waklaim Lakotaim, Lano, Wa'al Tabayano, Layade Nasayon, Washamar Eno, Makalrai Aman. Shalom.
Aman. Shalom.
Shalom. Abeno, Shabbat Shemayim, Yathkadah Shamcha, Wayatabarak Malakotaka, Ratzonka Ya'e, Gashu'e, Bashamim, Waba'aratz. Watatan Lakamno Tamedeth, Wamakol Lano, חטאתנו כאשר אנחנו מוקלים לחטאים לנו ועל קביינו לידי ניסיון ושמרנו מכל רע אמן. שלום.
Shalom.
Shalom. Abeno, Shabbat Shemen, Yata Chadash Shamka, Vayata Brak, Malakutka, Ratsomka, Yae, Rashwe, Bashamin, Wabarat, Watatan, Lachamo, Damiti, Wamacho, Lano, Chatabeno, Chaashar, Nachno, Mukhlim, Lachotaim, Lano, Wa'ab, Babayano, Bayade, Nasayon, Makal, Rai, Aman.
Shalom. Abeno, Shabbat Shamem, Yata Kadash Shamka, Wa Yata Barak Malakotka, Ratsonka Yae Rashoe, Bashamem Wabaarat, Wata Tan Lakamno, Zamedes Wamacho, Lano Kata Theno Ha Shar Nachno, Oklem Lakota, Lano Wa Tabiano La Yade, Nasayon, Washamareno Makal Rai, Aman. Shalom.
Shalom. Abeno, Shabbat Shemen, Yatakadash Shamcha, Wayata Barach, Malakotka, Rasonka, Yae, Gashoe, Bashamen Waba'arat, Watathan Lachamno, Tamede, Wamachol Lano, Chat Atheno, Chaasha Anachno, Mochalem, Lachotim, Lano, Wa Tabiano, La Yade Nasion, Washa Marena Machora, Aman. Shalom.
Shalom. Mechod.
Shalom. Abeno Shabashamim, Yathakadash Shamka, Wayatabarak, Malakot Karachanka, Yae Kashoe Bashamim Wabaarats, Watatan Lakamno, Tamidate Wamakholano, Katatino, Kaashar Anakno, Mokalem Lakotaim Lano, Waal Tabiano Layade Naseyon, Washamareno Makal Aman. Shalom.
Shalom. Mechod.
Shalom Gate. Abeno Shabashamim Yatakadashamka Wayatabarak Malakotka Ratsunka Yae Gashoe Bashamin Wabarats Wasathan Lachamno Thamedit Wamakholano Katheno Kaashar Anachno Moklim Laktaim Lano Waal Tabiano Layade Nasion Washamarino Makhal Ra Aman.
Mechod. Mechod.
Shabbat Shalom. Abeno, Shabbat Shalom, Yatakadash Shamcha, Vayatabarak, Malakotcha, Ratsumcha Yae, Hashwe Bashamim, Waba Aratz Watatan, Lachamno Tamidet, Wamakolan, Khat Abeno Kaashar, Anachno, Mochalim, Lachotaim Lano, Wabatha Beano, Layadena Seon, Washamareno, Makora Aman. May I record, please? Shabbat Shalom.
Sure. May God. Okay. Is Nashe here? Shaya. Oh, I don't see him in the list. No. Okay. Would anybody else like to read Mazmur 92?
Shalom, I can read it.
All right. Hold on. So, should be there.
Mazmur Sher Vadod HaShabbat. Tov La Hadot La Ya'o Wala Zamar La Shema Rale On La Hagei Babakar Chasadcha Wa Amonathcha Ba Le Lot Rale Rashor Wa Rale Nabal Rale Ha Geon Ba Chanor Che Shamak Khatane Shamakhtane Ya'o Bapailcha Ba Maishe Yadecha Aranan Ma Gadalo Ma Rashecha. Wait, Ma Shecha.
Oh.
Okay. Ya'o Ma'at Ramako Makashabatecha Aish Bagar La
Fire.
Yadam
Ishbire.
Shalom. Aish Bar La Yada Wa Chaseo La Yabain At Za'at Ba Parach Rashaim Chamo Rashab Wa Yetsei So
Oh.
Call Pile On La Hamash Ha Shamadam La Hashamadam Rade Rad Wa Ata Maroon La Halam Ya O Khe Hana Aebecha Ya O Khe Hana Aebecha Ya Abado Ya Taparado Kha Pile On Wa Taram Kara Aim Karane Balate Ba Shaman Rainan Wa Tabat Rene Ba Shore Ba Kamim Rale Marain Tashamai Mina Tashamana Azane Sadiq Khatamar Ya Parak Ka Araz Ba Labanon Ba Labanon Ya Shaga Shah Tolain Babath Ya O Ba Khat Saroth Alaeno Ya Pariko Road Ya No Bone Ba Sheba Da Shanem Wa Rainan name Ya Hayo La Hagade Che Yashar Ya O Sore Wala Galata Bo.
Aman. We have a filthy English reader.
Khan. This is Mazmur 92, a song for the Shabbat day. It is a good thing to give thanks unto Yahweh and to sing praises unto your name, Raleon, to show forth your loving kindness in the morning and your faithfulness every night, upon an instrument of 10 strings and upon the psaltery, upon the harp with a solemn sound. For you, Yahweh, have made me glad through your work. I will triumph in the works of your hands. Yahweh, how great are your works, and your thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knows not, neither does a fool understand this. When the wicked spring as the grass, and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But you, Yahweh, are Galeon forevermore. Behold your enemies, Yahweh. Behold, your enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But my horn shall you exalt like the horn of a rhino. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. My eye also shall see my desire on my enemies, and my ears shall hear my desire of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh shall flourish in the courts of Alaeno. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing, to show that Yahweh is upright. He is my rock, and there is no unrighteousness in him. Amen.
Aman. Aman.
Aman.
So who's my 7 readers today? I need
Can
7.
you co-host me real quick, my band? Shalom.
Okay. Shalom. No one wants to read? Okay.
Shalom.
Or just give me.
Shalom. Bakar Ya'o.
All right.
Yahushua.
Who's that?
Shoyao.
Shoya. Oh, okay.
Yahweh, Bon Yashikar.
Oh. Mashbar Hamash. Number 5. All right, I'll be number 5.
Shalom. What are we going to read?
The 10 words.
Can I do it?
Can I do it?
Sure, you can do it.
Kapada Ya'o.
Say your name one more time.
Kabada Ya'o.
Chadada Ya'o. All right. You are going to be number 6.
Shalom.
Shalom. Number 7.
Ane.
Shamashon. Okay, so we have Bakharia Ya'o, Ya'o Sho, Hanashe, Sho Ya'o, Ya'o Al, Mi, Chadada Ya'o, and Shamashon. Alrighty, 1 second while I go find it. There you are. Okay, Bakharia Ya'o.
Shalom.
Shalom.
All right. Why Yadabar Allah im Atha Hadabarim Ha'ala Lamar and Ache Ya'o Al Echa Ashar Hotzatecha Ba'irat Matzrim Mabit La Ya'e Lacha Allah im Acharem Ha Pene Latasha Lakap Sav Hata Mona Ashar Bashame Mamaha Wa Ashar Ba'irat Matachat Wa Ashar Bame Matachat La Arats La Tasha Tako Laham Bala Tabrim Che and Che Ya'o Allah Echa All Kan Pakad Ron Abat Cha Benem Cha Shalashem Cha Rabaim La Shanae Wa Chasha Chasa La Alapim La Abe Wa La Shamar Ebat Sote La Tashaat Sham Ya'o Ala Echa La Shoah Che La Yanaka Ya'o At Ashar Yasha At Shamo La Shoah Zachor At Yom HaShabbat La Kadasho Shashat Yemein Tabud Wa Chasheta Chal Malachatcha Wa Yom HaShabbat E Shabbat La Ya'o Ala Echa La Tasha. I don't have my Torah open. Well, actually,
I'm sorry.
that's okay. Let's see, where was I at? Okay. Chal Malacha. Oh wait, yeah. Chal Malacha Ata Wabancha Wabatcha Chabadcha Wa Amatcha Waba Matcha Wagarcha Ashar Bashairecha. Chesh Shat Yamin Chasha Ya'o At Hashemin Wa At Ha'aratz Wa At Hayam Wa At Cha Ashar Bam Wa Yanach Bayom Hashabe'a'e Ra Kam Barach Ya'o At Yom Hashabat Wa Yakadasho Chabad At Tabecha Wa At Amcha Laman Ya'erchon Yamecha Cha Ha'adama Ashar Ya'o Ala Echa Natan Lacha La Taratzach La Tana'ab La Taganab La Taina Baracha Chad Shakar La Tachama Beit Racha La Tachamad Ashat Racha Wa Chabado Wa Amato Wa Shoro Wa Chamaro Wa Cha Ashar La Racha. Shalom.
Aman wa Aman. Ya'o Sho.
Shalom. ويدبر علائم أدخل هدبريم هلالا ما أنخي يا أو علائخ أشاه تفيخ معرات مصريم بيذ خبديم لا يإلخ علائم أخرين لا ثايش لخ بسبخ ثمون أشاب شميم مغال وأشاب عراس مثخث وأشاب ميم مثخث لعراس لا تشتخو لهم ولا ثايب أنخي يا أو علائخ كان بكاد غون Abath Achal Banim, Achal Shalashim, Achal Rabaim, Lashanae, Wahasha Chasad, La Alapim, La Abib, La Shamarim, Matsuthi, La Tasha Ath Sham Ya'u, Alaicha, La Shoah, Chela Yanaka, Ya'u, Ath Asha, Yasha, Ath Shamu, La Shoah, Zachor Ath Yom Hashabaf, La Kadashu, Shashath Yamim, Thaiba Wahashitha, Chad Malachatha, ويوم هشبيع شباث لا ياءو عليخ لا تايش خال ملخ عطا وبانك وباث خبالك وماث وبماث وقارك أشابا شريخ خي شاشات يمين غشا يا أو أث الشميم وأث الرأس أث يام وأث خال أشابام وينخ بيوم هشبيع غال خان براخ يا أو أث يوم هشباث ويا كداش هو خبات أث أبيك وأث أم كلمان يروحون يميخا غالها أدم أشا يا أو على إيخا نثان لخا لا ثرتساخ لا نعاب لا ثغناب لا ثين بريخا غاد شكار لا ثخمد بيث ريخا لا ثخمد أشاث ريخا وخبادو وماث وشورو وخمارو وخال أشار لريخا أمان
Aman wa Aman. Shol Ya'o.
Shalom. Vayadabar ala aim af sol hadabarim ha Allah la amar anacheya o ala ega. Ashar otsateha ma'arat matzrei mabeit chabade. Laya e lacha ala aim acharim halpane. Lafaisha lacha pasal wa chalfamona. Ashar bashamim mamahal wa ashar ba'arat mafachaf. Wa ashar bamei mafachaf la arat. La fashataho laham wala taibadam she anaheya o ala eha. Al kan fakat ron abath hal bane hal shalashem wahal rabai em la shana e. Wahasha khasat la ala pem la abe wala shamare matsote. La fasha af sham ya o ala eha. La sho ahe la yanaka. Ya o af ashar yasha af shamo la sho a.
Still there? Maybe your mic is muted. Can anybody else hear?
Come on now, girl. Come.
Oh,
so baby.
Where do I have to start?
You from the
Zachor.
start. Oh, so.
Zachor af Yom HaShabbat Lakhadasho. Sheshat Yamim Saibat Wachashetha Chol Mal Achafcha. Vayom HaShabbat Shabbat Laya o Allah Echa Lafaisha. Chol Mal Acha Asa. Vabancha Vabatcha Rabatcha. Wa Amatcha Vaba Amatcha. Wagarcha Ashar Bashairecha. Sheshaf Yamim by Sheshaf Yamim Rasha Yao Af Hashamim wa Af Haarat Af Hayam wa Af Chol Ashar Bam Wayanach Bayom Hashabeae Hal Khan Barach Yao Af Yom Hashabath Wayak Hadasho Chabak af abecha wa af amcha laman yarachon yamecha gal ha'adama. Ashar ya'o ala echa nafan lacha. Lafaratzach, lafanaap, lafaganap, lafaina baraicha ratshakar. Lafachmat, bev raicha, lafachmat, ashaf raicha, wachabado, wa'amatho, washoro, wachamaro, wachal ashar la raicha. Hello.
Aman. Ya'o al. Shalom.
Yadabar ala e. Afkar hadabar. Ha'alala amar. Anakhe ya'o ala echa. Ashar hotathecha. Ma'arat matzre ma beth gabade. La ya'e lacha ala em acharim go pane. La taisha lacha. Pasal wachof amona ashar bashamem mamago. Wa ashar ba'arat matakaf. Wa ashar ba'mem matakaf la arat. La tashatacho laham wala fai badam khe ala khe ya o ala eka al khan paka gon abaf ga banem ga shalashem wa ga rabba em la shanae wa ga shakasa la al pem la al be wala shamare matsote La tasha af sham ya o ala eka la shoa che la yana ka ya o af ashar yasha af shamo la shoa. Zakur af yom hashabaf la kadasho. Sheshath yamem thaiba wakashetha kal mal kafka. Wayom hashabea shabath la ya o ala eka la taisha kal mal acha. Atha wabanka, wabathka gabacha, wa amathka wabamathka, wagarcha shar basharecha. Che shishaf yamem gasha ya'o ath hashamem wa ath ha'aratz. Ath hayam wa ath. Chal ashar bam wa yanak bayom hashabeya'e. Chal khan. Barak ya'o ath yom hashabath wa yakadash ho. Chabad ath abecha wa ath amcha. Lamai ya'arakon yameka. Ra ha'adama ashar ya'o ala'eka natan lacha. La taratsach, la tana, la tagana, la taina barai chagad shakar, la takamad beth raicha, la takamad ashaf raicha, wagabado, wa amato, wa shoro, wa kamaro, wa kal ashar laraicha. Shalom.
Aman wa aman. Wa yadbar Allah im athchal hadabarim ha'Allah la amar. Anache ya'o, Allah echa ashahu tzatecha ma'aretz matzreim mabeth gabadim. La ya'elecha Allah im acharem gal paneh. La taishelecha pasal wachal tamona ashar b'shamem mamagal. Wa ashar ba'aratz mathachaf. Wa ashar b'mem mathachaf la aratz. La tashatachol laham. Wallah taibadam che anache ya'o Allah echa al kan pakad ron abath gal benem gal shalashem wa gal rabaim la shana'e. Wa gasha chasad la alapem la abe wala shamari matsothe. La tasha'ath sham ya'o Allah echa la sho'ah. Chela yanaka ya'o. Athasha yasha'ath shamo la sho'ah. Zacho at yom ha-shabbat la kadasho. Sheshat yamem tabat wagasheta chal mal achatcha. Wa yom ha-shabia e shabbat la ya'o Allah echa. La taisha chal mal acha. Atha wa bancha wa batcha chabadcha wa amatcha wa ba'amatcha wa garcha ashar basharecha. Che sheshat yamem rasha ya'o. Af hashemem, wa af ha'aratz, af hayam, wa af chal ashar bam, wa yanach bayom hashabia egochan, barach ya'o, af yom hashabat, wa ya kadash ho. Chabad ata becha wa at amcha, laman ya arachon yamecha, gal ha'adama ashar ya'o Allah echa nathan lacha, la taratzach, la tana'ap, la taganab, la taina baraicha gad shakar. La tachamat beth raicha, la tachamat ashath raicha, wagabado wa amato wa shoro, wa chamaro wa chal ashar la raicha. Aman, chadada yao.
Shalom.
Shalom.
Wayadabar alaim askal hadabarim ha'ala la amar anake ya'o alaecha ashar hotzatecha ma'arat matzreim ma'bet gabadem la ya'e lacha alaim acharim golpane la taisha lacha kasal wachal lamona ashar bashamim mamagal wa ashar ba'arat matachat wa ashar bamain matachat la arat la tashatacho laham wala badam che anake ya'o alaecha all kan pakad gon abad gal banim gal shalashem wagal rabayim la shanae wagasha kasad la alapim la abe wala shamare matsote latasha at sham ya'o alaecha la shoa he la yanaka ya'o at ashar yasha at shamo la shoa zahor at yom hashabat la kadasho shashat yamim taibad Wagashay, Kol Malachatcha, Wayom Hashabeae, Shabbat La Ya'o Alaeka, Ladaisha, Kol Malacha, Ata, Wabancha, Wabatcha, Gabadcha, Wa'amatcha, Wabamatcha, Wagarcha, Ashar, Bashairecha. Hey, Shasha, Yamein, Gasha, Ya'o, At, Ha Shemaim, Wa'at, Ha'arat, At, Hayom, Hash,
Hayam.
Hayam, Hashat, Wa'at,
Call Ashar.
Call Ashar, Bam, Wa'anach, Bayom, Hashabeae, Gal Han, Barach Ya'o At Yom Hashabat, Wayakadash Ho, Chabad At Abeka, Wa'at Amcha, Lamain Yarhan, Yamecha, Gal Ha'adama, Ashar Ya'o Alaecha, Natan, Lacha, Lataratzach, Latanaat, Lataganab, Lataina, Baraika, God, Shakar, Latakamad, Beit, Rika, Latakamad, Ashak, Rika, Wagabado, Wa'amato, Washoro, Wahamaro, Wahal, Ashar, Larika.
Come on.
Come on.
To, man.
Shalom. Ayadabar ala aim athkal hadabarim ha'ala la'amar anachiya o ala eka ashar hotsateka ma'arat matzreim abeth kabade la ya'e laka alarim aka la ya'e laka ala aim akarim gabane la taisha laka pasawa called the mona ashar bashamim mamagal wa ashar ba'arat mathaka wa ashar bamain mathakat la'arat la tashatako laham wala thaibadam K anake ya'o ala eka al khan Pakad gon abath galbanim gal shalashim wagal rabaim lashanae wagasha kasad la alapim la abe wa lashamare matzote latasha ath cham ya'o ala eka lashawa K la yanaka ya'o ath ashar yasha ath shamo lashawa Zakor ath yom hashabath lakadasho shashat yamin taibat wagasheta call mal akata Bayom Hashabeae, Shabath Layao ala Eka, Lataisha, called Malaka, Atha Wabanka, Wabathka, Gabadka, Wa'amathka, Wabamathka, Wagarka Ashar Bashareka, Kesha Shatya Main Gashar Yao Ath Hashamain Wa'ath Ha'arat, Ath Hayam Wa'ath call Ashar Bam, Wayanaka Bayom Hashabeae, Gal Khan, Barak Yao Ath Yom Hashabath, Waya Kadasho, Kabad Ath Abeka, Wa'ath Amka, Lamanya Arakon, Yamin Gal Ha'adama, Ashar Ya'o ala Eka Nathan Laka, La Tharat Sak, La Thana'a, La Thagana, Lathaina Baraika Gat Shakar, La Thakama Beit Braika, La Thakamada Shath Braika, Wa Gabado, Wa Amato, Wa Kamaro, Wa Kshoro, Wa Shoro, Wa Kamaro, Wa Call Ashar Laraika, Aman.
Come on. Let's do a quick review since we have some new folks don't know what the heck we're saying or why. Why yadabar Allah im athqaf hadabarim Allah la amar. Mama spat haza'af.
And he spoke, Allah aim. All these words all the words these, same.
Oh. Anache Ya'o, Allah Echa.
I, Yahweh, your power or your deity,
Ashar Hotzathecha.
which caused you to be brought up
Ma'arat Matzrayim.
in the land of pyramids,
Ma'beth Chabadem.
from the house of servitude or slavery.
So this is the first commandment. Stops right there. Okay, a lot of folks are being misled and they think that that's part of the introduction. That's not part of the introduction. That's the first commandment. You don't start with La Ya'eh. You don't start here because it wouldn't make any sense for some deity to start giving you instructions and you don't really know who he is. What's his name? And why should you obey him? That's so you can't skip this line here. This is the first commandment. It's a due commandment. You must know his name. You must know what he did for our nation and why he has the right to give you commandments that you must obey. This is the second commandment. La Ya'eh Lacha Allah Em Acharem Gal Paneh.
Not will you have to you a deity another upon my face.
La Taisha Lacha Pasal. This is still the second commandment. La Taisha Lacha Pasal.
Do not you make to you idol.
Wachal Tamona Ashar Bashamem Ma Magal.
And all images which in the heavens up from above.
Okay, or any likeness or any image which is in the heavens above. Wa ashar ba'arat mathachaf.
And which in the earth from beneath.
Okay, wa ashar ba'mei mathachaf la'arat.
And that or which are in the waters from beneath the earth.
La fashatakol ham.
Not will you bow down to them.
La thai badam.
And not you will serve them.
Okay, it's weird, but folks, literally still do stuff like this, and they don't see it as a violation of this commandment. But so in his wisdom, he puts this in here, knowing that this is still going to be an issue, especially for our people, even in the 21st century. It's just amazing that you would think these commandments coming from the Bronze Age would only be applicable to the Bronze Age. People would evolve and they would, but that's not what happened. He called it right here. He knew that even today, folks would still be doing this stuff.
Because
Allah Echa.
Your deity.
Al Khan.
Deity.
A deity jealous. Hakad Ron. The one who visits punishment. Abba of the fathers. Gal Benem.
Upon the sons.
Gal Shalashem.
Upon the third.
Gal Rabaim Lashanai.
On the fourth to those who hate me.
Okay, so he's not playing a game. He goes after your kids. Right? To the third and to the fourth generation, he goes after your kids. You say, what kind of God does that? The real one.
And make mercy to the thousands.
La'abe.
To the ones who love me.
Wala shamar matzose.
And to those who guard or keep my commandments.
So, you know, folks don't really listen to that part, but he goes 4 generations to the ones who hate him, and then he, you know, wipes the slate clean. He starts fresh. But when it comes to mercy, he doesn't have it's to the thousands. That's an unlimited number. It's like, you know, thousands. He shows mercy to who love him and keep his commandments. That means any generation can break this tit for tat that he does. It's up to them. Amendment 3.
Not you will carry the name of Yahweh, your deity.
La Shoah.
For nothingness or for disrepute or for slander.
Did you guys get the gender both PDF that I put out there in the channel? If you saw that PDF, if you read it, I put this word in there. It's one of the words that we have as a gender both word. There is a feminine or feminized version of shoah with a ha at the end, but it doesn't mean the same thing as shoah without it. And shoah is a gender both word, so it's going to look the same for both genders. And it means, I mean, vanity is not, that's old English. It doesn't really capture the meaning here. It's when you take something of value and you devalue it to 0. That's what this word is really trying to get at. So you know, his name is the most valuable thing. You know, it's an abstract, but still it's the most valuable thing that we have. Besides, you know, the life that he's given us, but that's because of his name. So his name is extremely, extremely valuable. And when you do La Shoah, what are you doing to that name? You're treating it like it's nothing, like it has no value whatsoever. And the person who does that, okay, knowingly does that, he's damned. He or she is damned. Damned. This is the only commandment out of these 10 where he actually stipulates or attaches a judgment to it. Chela yanaka.
Because not he will pardon.
Not really forgive. Ya'o. Athashar. Isha.
Ya'o, those which he will lift up.
Athshamo la shoah.
His name to nothingness.
You know, it's a frightening thing. We are a plague in this world. We preach this name. We proclaim this name, and we hope folks, you know, we hope that when they hear us scream this name and shout this name and put this name everywhere on social media, everywhere, in our names and in our conversation, and, you know, just random talk, we hope that folks have enough sense not to disrespect this name. But a lot of times that's exactly what they do. They disrespect the name, and we're like, you know, you're bringing condemnation on yourself, especially the ones who know better. You know, I don't know. I'm not going to tell someone who's ignorant that they're going to hell because they don't know any better. But I would like to venture to guess that he gets even steamed when folks who don't know any better drag his name through the mud and just, you know, crap on his name. Just knowing him, knowing these scriptures and knowing his ways, he allows it to happen, but he's not happy, even when folks who don't know any better do it. But the folks who do know better, he has no sympathy for at all. No mercy for them, for those folk. That's the 3rd commandment. 4th one, Zachor at Yom HaShabbat Lakadasho.
Remember the day of the Shabath, to set it apart.
So, Sheshat Yemim, but
6 days you will work.
Wagashetha, some of you are still saying Wagasheth. That's feminine. You have to put the open syllable here. Wagashetha, ha malachatcha.
And you will do all your work.
So, Wayom hashabeyae Shabath liyao Allah echa.
And the day, the 7th, rest to Yahweh.
So, La Taisha, ha malacha.
Not you will do all work.
Okay, or any workmanship. Okay, Atha,
you,
Wabancha,
and your son,
Wabatcha,
and your daughter,
Chabadcha,
your servant, male servant,
Wa'amatcha,
your female servant.
Wa'bamatcha. I'm dragging this out because we have a ha here that's simply a placeholder. So it's not Bamatcha. You guys should make a little effort to sing this word. This is a chance to sing a word. Bamatcha.
And your land
So, Wagarcha Ashar Basharecha.
and your stranger, which is in your gate.
So, and here's the reason. This is a commandment with a reason.
Because 6 days he made Yahweh.
Ath Hashemayim.
The heavens,
Ath Ha'aratz.
the earth, and the earth,
Ath Ha-Yam.
and the sea,
Ath Chal Ashar Bam.
and all that is in them.
So everyone should not be confused about Genesis chapter 1 and 2. Everything that exists right now in the creation was made in 6 days. So can you have a separate human species made on the, after the 6 days?
No.
No. So for everyone who's trying to wrestle with the book, because they think they see 2 different creation accounts or a contradiction, they're simply not, being honest with the text. The text clearly tells you that everything that it was made in 6 days, period. That's why we keep the Shabbat. That's why it's so special, because on that day stopped all this creative workmanship, stopped. Nothing was made after that. So Adam and his wife, they were both made on the 6th day. Well, what about this other people that were in chapter 2 that were made from, after the 6 days? Yeah, to me, it just seems like folks are just retarded, but they really think that's, they have something here. They've got this chapter 2, it mentions another creation of man. It seems like it's after the 6 days. Well, that would contradict this commandment right here. He did everything in 6 days. Chapter 2 is just a summary, more detail of chapter 1. Chapter 1 is a quick summary, and chapter 2 goes back and gives you more detail. That's all. Okay. Wayanach bayom hashabiyae.
And he rested in the day on the 7th day.
Okay, he rested the 7th day. Rachan barach ya'o ath yom hashabat waya kadashcho.
Therefore, he blessed Yahweh Yom, day, the rest day, and he set it apart.
Okay, that's what our scripture is saying. You don't have to believe it, but that's what it says. That's what we teach. Okay, we don't wrestle with the text. A lot of folks do. They just can't believe that the world was made in 6 days. That's just they've been told over and over again since they were in kindergarten that the world is billions of years old, and it took billions and millions of years for life to form and evolve, and just billions and billions of years of accidents and chance is how we got to where we are. All this stuff is, it just came out of nowhere, and it just got here because so much time was going by that, the right accidents happened at the right place, and then you got all this complexity coming out of chaos because of time. That's how they get you. They tell you that well, yeah, if you give it billions and billions and billions of years, then that takes away, the chance factor becomes smaller and smaller. That's, what kind of argument is that? That's a special pleading argument. It's an argument that's begging the question. Instead of proving what they're telling you to believe, they just tell you what to believe. They push an assumption on you that they cannot prove, but because that assumption is being backed by so-called, the greatest minds of the world, no one wants to question it. But I don't care how much time you let go by. Could you look at your phone, how complex that device is in your hand. Do you think that phone could come about by chance if you give it billions and billions and billions of years? Is that possible? That the phone that you have in your hand could just arrive, just come about if you give it enough time and enough accidents happening, that phone can just come into existence without any cause or without any outside influence, without any intelligent design. That phone that you have in that smartphone that you have in your hand could come into existence. You'd say that's crazy. But when we talk about the world, we say, no, it's possible. when it comes to life in the world, no, it's possible. It's not possible. That's just what we've been duped to believe. Does everybody get that? It doesn't make sense that just because you have time, you put billions of years in the picture, and all of a sudden all this stuff is possible. All this complexity, this organization is possible with time.
Down to the minute cell, the complexity and the clear design of these cells just disproves of BS.
Yeah, but you have folks who mock the Bible instead of laughing at themselves for believing that a phone, is somehow not as complex as a cell. A cell is mind-bogglingly complex. All people can do is take what exists and tinker with it and manipulate it and mess around with in God's workshop, but they can't create what he's done. They can't match what he's done. So I'd rather believe this book and what it says than what man is pushing. Because to me, it's not logical. Okay, that's the fourth commandment. Here's the fifth one. Shabath abecha.
Glorify
Honor your father.
Yeah.
Honor your father. Okay. Just a grammar note here. Ab is the noun father. Why is there a Yah there?
Construct.
Construct. Top. And the cha, what is that there for?
Second person.
Second person, masculine singular. That's the pronominal suffix. Okay. Father of you is this word. Wath amcha.
And your mother.
This word looks like it's masculine because it doesn't have anything to construct it with the pronominal suffix. But it's not. It's a feminine noun. Has to be. And what does it mean?
Your mother.
Your mother. Laman ya'arachon yamecha.
For the sake of the length of
maybe
your days.
Okay. Gal ha'adama.
upon the fertile land,
Ashar Ya'o Allah Echa Nathan Lacha.
which all your power gave to you.
Come on. Number 6, La Taratsach.
Do not
You murder.
you murder.
Do not murder. So remember now, you have to zip this, sing this middle letter, so that the listener knows you're not saying just kill. Because if you just say La Taratsach, it means don't kill, and that's not what the commandment. We are supposed to kill when it's called for, but murder is never something we are supposed to do. And so the only way you can make this word distinct from kill is if you emphasize the second radical, La Taratsach. Just let it hang there for a minute. La Tana'ab.
Not you will commit fornication or adultery.
Right. So the woman, she does that by either doing something inappropriate with another man that's not her husband, or having it, full-on intercourse with another man. The man does that by having relations with another man's wife. And the law says he is to be put to death for that. And so is she if she's complicit in that. La Thaganab.
Not you will thief.
Ganab is the word steal. Not you will steal. La Taina Baraicha Rad Shakar. Number 9.
Not you will answer upon your neighbor testimony false.
Okay. So Baraicha, against your neighbor. And really it's I would say a kinsman of the covenant, not just the guy next door who might not even be related, but a kinsman, a brother who was with you in the covenant. Okay. Number 10, La Tachaman Beth Raicha.
Not you will desire the house of your neighbor.
La Tachaman Ashath Raicha.
Not you will desire the wife of your neighbor.
So this takes us back to the other commandment up here, La Tana'am. So your desire, if it's not put into check, you could be violating 2 commandments here, Tana'ab and La Tachaman Ashath Raicha. Wa Chabado.
And
his servant.
Okay, Wa Amatho.
And his female son.
Wa Shoro.
And his ox.
Wa Chamaro.
And his donkey.
Wa Chal Ashar Laraicha.
And all which belongs to your neighbor.
Come on.
Man.
So those are the 10 words. I like to point out to folk that the 10 words were given as the covenant that he made with us at Mount Sinai before he even gave us the priesthood and the tabernacle and all the laws that go with that. These 10 words preceded all that. Therefore, no one can say, well, we can't keep the commandments without a tabernacle. No, there's 10 commandments here that were given prior to any tabernacle. That's why these are so important for us to burn into our minds, into our hearts, because this preceded the tabernacle. All right. All the laws that come after these are rooted in these. Like you can pick any law that came after the 10 and find where it would belong among the 10 or in terms of a type or a category. But the 10 is the foundation of our covenant with him. Okay. Some try to argue, well, if Moshe hadn't taken so long and had people had not made the golden calf, this might be the only thing he would have made us, given us as commandments. I don't believe that. I think that he was going to give us more commandments, but these are the 10 that's the basis of our covenant with him. All right. All right. Let's stop there and move along. I don't want to keep you guys up too late. It's funny. You guys are calling me in the Bay, and sometimes I feel like I don't really deserve that title. I've never heard a voice. I've never had that. But this morning, I had a dream and I got struck by lightning. I didn't hear my alarm, but I had a dream I got struck by lightning, and it hurt, but it didn't kill me. And that's when I woke up and I realized, whoa, I'm late for class. So he doesn't speak to me with you see in the scripture. I only have signs, dreams, and visions. That's the way that's the way he communicates with me. And I got that dream was so real. I'm in the dream. I saw the lightning coming too, and I tried to run out of the way, but I got hit. And that's how I woke up. Just thought I'd share that. Some of you are saying, oh, maybe it means something else. No, it just means I was late. Okay. We're going to read Thora 9. I'm sorry, Thora 1 and chapter 9. Am I correct? We did chapter 8 last week. Okay. Alrighty. Where is it? Okay. Chapter 9. Okay. Let's give the readers verses 1 to 3. And first word, Wa Yabarach.
And he blessed.
Allah am.
Higher power.
Okay, so you have verb, and you have the subject of the verb. Ath nach.
Accusative nach.
So wa'ath.
And
Beneo.
his sons.
Wa Ya'amar.
Yashle Sha'Allah. Would Beneo, would that be Bana'el, or would it just be Beneo?
Ooh, good question. Who knows the answer?
Shalom. Wouldn't that be Bana'il because it's plural?
Okay, why? I mean, tell me why you think that's.
Why Yabarach ala ath nach wa ath Baneo and his sons.
You don't have to inflect it here because we don't have any conflicts with this word. So Beneo, you can just say it, Beneo, his sons. What would you say if it was singular?
Bano.
Bano. this word has kind of its own rules. So if it's just his son, it's bano. So baneo, you don't need to do anything special with that. You don't need to inflect that. Banaeo is just baneo, his sons. Because it can't mean his son. We have a word for, we have a masculine singular, bano, his son. So baneo is all you need for his sons. Is everybody clear on that? Wa ya amar laham.
And he said to them,
Paro.
be fruitful.
Ma malahaza ath paro. Ma hamalahaza ath. Debar. Bar matso. Mahanosh.
And no shashib.
Okay. Imperative, second person, masculine, plural. Wa rabo, same thing, but different word.
Multiply.
And multiply.
Wa malao.
And fill.
Atha arats.
Accusative, the earth.
So, line 2. Wa mor acham. The fear of you. Okay. Wa chadcham.
Dread.
The dread of you. Okay. Ya e.
It will be.
Gal chal geef ha arats.
Upon all the
earth.
Okay. Wa gal chal rup hashamim.
And upon all the living creatures of the heavens.
B'chal ashar tha romash ha'adam.
And all which will move upon the earth or the ground.
So, Wabachal gadeh ha yam.
And all
the
fish of the sea.
Okay, so dog is fish. Why is there a ya here? Dage.
Construct.
Construct. Fish of hayam, of the sea. Ba yad cham nathanu.
And
so he's put them in his hand, in their hands. They were always meant to be within our control. So I guess he just has to repeat that now because after the flood, the animals might think, hey, do we still have to be under man? Yes, you do. So I guess he has to repeat that the animals now, not only are they under man, but they also now are in fear of man. I guess before you had a situation where the animals by nature did not fear people. They weren't harmful, at least maybe not all around the world. Maybe where you had righteous people like Nach who were doing what was right. You didn't have a conflict between animals and people. Well, now he's saying here in verse 2 that that's changing. That's now all the animals are to be terrified of people. And the reason is because of verse 3. This is the reason why. Chal ramash ashar holche.
All that creeps.
Everything that moves, which it is life in them. Ya'e la'achla.
Will be for food.
All right. Now see, the vegetarians, they should just put this book away. I don't know what I don't get people who try to use the book to justify their own. If you want to be a vegan, fine, just put this book down and just go be vegan. But this verse does not just say you can be vegan or meat eater. This verse says, as of the flood, man is allowed to eat whatever moves on the ground, whatever moves. That's why all the animals now have to be afraid, because before that, man was supposed to only be vegan. But now, why has he changed it to now where man can eat anything that moves?
So the condition of the earth have changed.
That's right. This is going to be a new world. This is not going to be the same. The world is not going to be able to produce the same quantity and quality of food. The animals are going to have to feed upon each other. I think a lot of these animals that you see now, you just look at them like these bad boys were designed to hunt and kill. Well, maybe they just have the genetic instructions in them to, if ever it needed to be that they would have to hunt and feed, those characteristics and traits and tools would manifest. But you look at a scorpion, you say, how could that creature ever have been a vegetarian? It's designed to hunt and kill. I mean, that has that big stinger. It's not trying to sting an apple. I mean, that thing was built, it looks like, to hunt and destroy and kill other animals. And one thing we can learn about our Creator is that he's a master at this. So when he's changing the situation here and allowing man to eat animals now, and now animals have to be afraid of man and also afraid of each other, that's probably when these genes or the instructions that he put inside these creatures, they began to develop defense mechanisms and all this other stuff that they needed to survive. So you could say that as of the flood, these animals began to develop into the creatures that we see now that kill each other and feed upon each other. Okay. Cha yarak chashab nathati lacham achal.
As the green herbs I gave to you, everything.
And everything. So that it used to be that all the animals and people only ate what the earth produced. And now that's changed. All right. Who's up? Bachar Ya'o.
Shalom. Wa yabarach alaim ak nach wa ak baneo. Wa ya'mar laham paro wa rabo wa malao ak ha'aratz. Wa moracham wa chatcham ya'e ha ha chet ha'aratz. V'cha ha chut hashemen. V'cha ashar darabash ha'adama. Wa v'cha dage hayam. V'yadcham natano. Cha ramashashar ho che. Lacham ya'e la achala. Ya chayarak chashab nadate lacham afcha. Shalom.
Shalom. Ya'o Shob. Anashe.
Shalom. Wa yabarach alaim ath nach wa ath baneo wa ya'malaham paro wa rabo wa malao ath haaretz wa moracham wa chatham ya'e ghal chal chith haaretz wa ghal chal rob hashamim wa b'chal ashar tharamash ha'adama wa b'chal dage hayam wa yadcham nathanu chal ramash ashar hu chi lacham ya'e la'achala chayarak rashab nathati lacham ath chal. That's it, yeah.
Say it again.
Is that it?
Yep, that's it. So,
Right.
Shul Ya'o.
וידבר אלוהים אף נח ואף בניהו ויאמר להם פרעה ורבו ומלאו אף הארץ ומורחם וכספם יאי כל חייס הארץ וכל רון השמים בכל אשר תרמש האדמה ובכל דואי הם
Hayam.
הים
Vayadcham.
בידכם נתנו כל רמש אשר הוא לכם יאי לאכלה חיירק גשק נשאתי לכם אף fall. Shalom.
Shalom. Ya'o'al. Ashar.
Shalom. Wa ya barak alaim athnach wa ath baneo wa ya amar laham paro wa rabo wa malao ath haaratz wa moracham wa kathcham ya'e gha Keth haaratz wago chagop hashemayim bakol ashar tharamash haadama wabakol dagre hayom bayadkam. Say that. I'm sorry. Say that again.
Dage hayam.
Dage hayam bayadkam nathano Kol Ramash, Ashar Ho Khe Lakam Ya'e La'akhala Chayirach Gashab Natathe Lakam Af Kol. Shalom.
So Wa yabarach alaim afnach wa afbeneo wa ya amar laham paro rabo malao af haaratz wa moracham wa chafcham Ya'e gal chal chef haaratz wa gal chal ropa shemain b'chal ashar baramasha adama wa b'chal dageh hayam bayadcham nathano. Nathano here is what type of word? Who can tell me what nathano is? What Shabath is that? Bayadcham nathano. You guys should know. Bang, it can't be basic. Why?
Starts with a nah.
No, that's not why. What does the word mean? I have given them. They have given them. Does it mean they have
They
given
were
them?
given. They were given nothing.
Okay, so they were given would mean what?
Call Nepal.
Nepal.
So this has to be Shabath Ba. And this is going to be third person masculine what?
Rabban plural.
Plural. Okay. Nathano. They were given. Okay. Charamash ashar hoche lacham ya'e la'achala chayarach chashab nathati lacham afchal. So just like I gave you the herb seed, now I'm giving you everything. You can eat whatever you want. All the animals you want, all the plants, so you can eat whatever you see. He's basically saying. Chadada Ya'o.
Ya barach ala aim at nach wa'at bano wa waya amar laham paro warabo wa malao at ha'arat wa marachum wa chatchum ya'e gal hal hate ha'arat wagal hal go hashamein Bahal Ashar Daramash Ha'adama Wabachal the gay Hayam Bayacham Nathano Call Ramash Ashar Ho K Laham Ya'e La Achla Chayarak Gashab Natate Laham Ad Hal.
Come on. I love when I hear the moms whispering in the background. That's how the language is going to be resurrected, by our moms, right? It has to become a mother tongue because the kids are going to learn from their moms. Shamashon.
Waya Barak Alaim Athna, Wa Ath Baneo, Waya Amar, Laham Paro, Wa Rabba, Wa Malao, Ath Ha'arat. Hey, can y'all turn the TV down? Sorry, I got echo. It's killing me. Waya Barak Alaim Athna, Wa Ath Baneo, Wa Ya'amar, Laham Paro, Wa Rabba, Wa Malao, Ath Ha'arat. Wa Mor Akam, Wa Kathkam, Ya'e, Gal Kal, Kaith, Ha'aratz, Wagal, Kal Gop, Hashemain, Bakal, Ashar, Daramash, Ha'adama, Wabakal, Dage, Hayam, Bayadkam, Nathana, Kal Ramash, Ashar Ho, He Lakam, Ya'e, La'akla, Kayara, Gashab, Nathathe, Lakam, Athkal.
So, let's let me just keep reading and then we'll break it down. I'm sorry.
Yashle Sha'ala.
Oh.
Just a quick question for Nathano, because you said it because it's called Nepal. Do we have to emphasize anything like Nathano, or is it just Nathano?
No, just Nathano.
Okay, shalom.
Shalom. Okay, verse 4. Ach bashar banapasho damo la ta'achalu. Ach bashar banapasho damo la ta'achalu. But flesh, right? Banapasho damo in its personal body, damo, its blood. La ta'achalu. Now he's given little not disclaimer, but a little more clarification. You can eat whatever you want, but if it's going to be flesh, then what?
You can't eat the blood.
No blood. Okay. Ach bashar banapasho damo la ta'achalu. Okay. Well, ach dam cham lanapashtechem adarash mayad chal che. So the first one will ask, this is surely or nevertheless, but that type of word. Ath accusative dam cham.
Your blood.
Okay, your blood. La napastecham, of to your bodies or your persons. Adarash, I will seek, or I will require. Okay. Mayad chal cheh, from the hand of every animal. So he's saying that any animal that kills a man, kills a person, I am going to seek or require the life of that animal. I'm going to kill or cause it to be killed, that animal. Okay. Adarash no mayad ha'adam, mayad esh acheo, adarash ath napash ha'adam. Adarashno, I will seek it, wamayad, and from the hand ha'adam, from the hand of man, from the hand mayad esh, of a man, acheo, his brother. Adarash, I will seek, I will require. Ath napash, the soul ha'adam of man, the life of man. I don't think this is a new law or a new thing where he just all of a sudden now he wants to institute a rule that there is to be no murder. I don't think this is the first time he's saying you should not murder your brother. We saw that when he judged Cain for killing his brother Habal. But why is it said here? We can speculate, but it's not because this is a whole new law that man should not kill man. And if you do, he's going to require that man's life. Okay, shapach, participle, the one who pours out dam, the blood ha'adam of man. Okay, ba'adam, in man, damo, his blood, yah shapach. Very barbaric, but that's the way it was. If a man spills blood, then that man's blood is to be spilled. Why? Allah aim ha'adam. For in the image of Allah aim was made the man ha'adam. Again, this word salam, folks think it means character or spiritual qualities and mental, all that stuff. It's not what it means. This word is never used like that in Thora or Thiota. This word always means physical shape, the form, the physical anatomy of man. That's why he doesn't want men to kill men. It is because there's they're so great with their spiritual quality. No, he really, the reason why he doesn't want you to kill another man because of the shape you are, the physical representation that you are is his. And he doesn't like it to be, let's just be honest. He is a narcissist. You know what I'm trying to say? He's a narcissist. He made man in his image, and he doesn't want you or anybody else to tamper with that image, to mar it, to kill it. He doesn't like that. That's the reason why he doesn't want murder. He said, that's pretty, pretty full of himself, pretty egotistical, pretty narcissistic. Yeah, that's the reason why. It isn't because there's something great about man inside of him, because of the way he looks, his shape. That's why. Okay, verse 7. Afam paro or rabo sharatso ba'aretz or rabo baha. And you multiply, increase, team, I guess you would say team, or what's another word for shiratsu? Spawn, I guess you could say, in the earth, well, rabo baha, and increasing it. Verse 8, wa ya omar Allah aim al nach wa al baneo atho la omar. What's that?
And he said, "I'll aim towards Knock and towards his sons with him, saying."
Okay, so he's given a commandment to the men. Wa ane hanane makem af barethe afcham wa af zaraicham acharechem. And me, or and I, hanane.
Behold,
I, Makem, am the one to establish Af Barethe, my covenant, Afcham, with you. Af Zaraicham Acharechem. What's that?
Your seed after you.
Your seed after you. Af Chal, whoops. Af Chal Napash Hacheh Ashar Afcham.
And all the souls of that are living, which is with you.
Baruch, Babama, and flying creatures and terrestrial creatures, Wabachal Chet Haaretz, and all the animals, Afcham,
with you.
Okay. Afcham Machal Yatza'e Hathabra.
From all that go out of the ark.
Okay. So this is in construct, Yatsa, Yats, and Yatza'e is in plural. All that's issuing forth from the ark, coming out of the ark. Okay. L'chal Chet Haaretz, and to all.
To all the life of the earth.
Okay. Wa hakmathe af barethe afcham. Wa hakmathe af barethe afcham. Sorry.
And I will
cause to establish a covenant with you all.
Rise. I'll cause to rise.
Hakamthi, cause to rise, or cause to be set up, cause to be established. My covenant with you. Okay. Wala yarachaf rabashar god. I'm sorry, not yarachaf. Yacharath. Yacharath.
You will cut.
Right.
That will be cut off.
That will be cut off.
Or
any flesh. God again. Say it again.
I'll say it again.
Again. Ma me ha mabo.
From the water to the flood.
So, wala ya e god mabo la shachat haaretz.
And it will be more, and not it will be more, the flood to destroy the earth.
Okay. And not will it be again a flood to destroy the earth. And not will it be again a flood to destroy the earth. Okay. Wa Ya'amar Alaim Za'af Oth Habareth Ashar Ane Nathan.
And he said, Allah, this is the sign of the covenant which I give.
Nathan would be what type of word?
Participle.
A participle. So I am the one giving. Ane Nathan, I am the one giving. Bene.
Between me.
Wa bene cham.
Between you all.
Wa ben chal napash cheh.
Between all the living souls.
Shar afcham.
Which with you.
Which is with you. La daraf ghulam.
To the generations continue.
Yeah, for all generations to follow from here on out. Okay. And here we go. This is what the atheists and the scoffers and the mockers, they love this part. Af kashate nathate ba khanam.
My rainbow.
My bow. I give.
My rainbow.
In the cloud. Right. Now, what do the scoffers say about that? There's always been rainbows, right? If there's precipitation in the atmosphere and clouds, there has to be rainbows. The light from the sun is going to create a spectrum. There has to be. So they look at this and say the book is just nonsense.
But we didn't have rain until flood.
Yeah. Right. If you believe the book, this is the first time ever that you see rainbows in the sky, which tells you that the world before the flood did not have the same type of content in the atmosphere that it does now. It did not produce rainbows before the flood. Now it does. Folks just find that hard to believe. They just can't believe it. Right? Just can't believe that this book is telling you that there were no rainbows until a flood that never happened. They don't believe the flood. So how can they believe in if there were no rainbows before a flood that never happened? Okay. Wa hetha la oth bareth bene wa bain ha'arats.
It will be a sign of the covenant between me and between the earth.
So, wahe ba ghanane ghanan gal ha'arat.
And
it will be
I would say
when I bring a cloud over the earth.
So this is an infinitive. What would we say this is right here? Ba ghanane. When I do what?
I said.
Set.
When I make a cloud to cloud, or when I cause a cloud, right?
That's how we speak.
That's how we speak. That's how he speaks.
When I'm clouding.
When I'm clouding a cloud upon the earth. That's what he's saying, literally. When I am clouding a cloud upon the earth. Okay. Wa nar atha.
And when I see it.
When I see it. Hakashaf baganan.
The bow in the clouds.
Wa zacharte ath barethe.
I will remember my
covenant.
Ashar bene wa benecham.
Which is between you.
Between me and between you all.
So your God has a short memory. He needs to see a rainbow to remember that he has a covenant with you, right? That's another jab that the atheists will take at us, right? Your God needs a physical reminder that he has a covenant with you. He needs to see a rainbow in the clouds. Say, oh yeah, I forgot I have a covenant with these earthlings and animals that I made.
Yeah, we all need reminders of things.
Not even just the atheists though. I've heard Muslims utilize that as well.
Yeah. But what is it telling you about? I mean, if what is it really telling you about him? Does he really need a sticky note on his desk to remind him that he has a covenant.
It's about how he wants things done or how he wants to do things.
Yeah, and he doesn't give a shit if you don't like it or not. I mean, really, he does not care if you think it's funny or if you don't, you don't like the way he moves. He doesn't care. I think he likes the rainbow. I just think he likes to see it. When he sees it, he's happy. He put it there to bring himself maybe some, I don't know, joy. And when he sees it, yeah, he remembers that he's not going to bring a flood again to the world, destroy it. He is a God who's all powerful, but that does not mean he cannot use his powers to limit himself. You say, why would he want to do that? Well, because in order to have a relationship with, if you create something that's imperfect and can never be what you are, can never be as intelligent and knowing, it can never be what you are, how do you relate to that inferior thing? If you want to talk to your baby, 1-month-old baby, are you going to whip out, are you going to whip out encyclopedia?
After the baby, no, you won't do that.
You got to dumb it down. You got to dumb yourself down. Well, he's God. He's all powerful. Yeah, well, he has to do that to relate to us. He's got to come down a bit, dumb himself down.
Wasalakale, my man.
Shalom.
Or like in a case of a parent with toddlers or preteen children, you can outsmart them at any time, but sometimes you just let it go to see what they'll do.
Right. I love these moments in scripture where we see him as somewhat vulnerable. He's making himself vulnerable, right? He got angry. Let's face it, he had a tantrum. And that tantrum destroyed everything, killed everything, except for whatever was inside that box, that wooden box. Right? He had a moment. And I believe that a supreme being has to allow himself to stoop down to tolerate an imperfect, creation that can never really be what he is. I mean, he's all alone. Think about it. He's all alone. He has no partner who he can sit down and have an intellectual conversation with. Imagine not having anybody who can relate to you and talk to you, and you just have no one. You have no one. And so the supreme being has to do these types of things in order to relate to us and into the creation that he made.
Shalom. I wanted to add on what you were just saying, because it scared me a lot when I was reading this and thought how beautiful rainbow is. We all stand there and admire it, and as you were just saying, he probably likes looking at it as well because it's beautiful, but it really represents the very scary thing that he did when he wiped out every flesh that was there. So I got chills when I thought about, he said very pretty thing, beautiful thing, to remind him of something very scary.
Bad. That's
Bad.
true.
So,
very true. And you have the LGB, ABCD, EFG community hijacking. Well, actually, they don't. It's not a rainbow they have. It's not actually the same order of colors. I shouldn't say they stole it. They did switch the order around. Let's give them credit. I think the true order is Roy G. Biv, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. And I think they just they don't have all 7. They switched it around, so it's not the same. But anyway, looks like a rainbow. I'm sure he's not happy about that. Wa hate the hakashat ba ganan wa re'etheha la zachar bareth ghulam.
It'll be the bow and the cloud, and I will see it and remember the covenant ever.
Okay. Bain Ala'im wa bain chal napash cheh.
Between Allah and between all the living souls.
B'chal b'shar ashar gal ha'aretz. In all the flesh which is upon the earth. Wa ya'amar Ala'im al nach za'af oth habareth ashar hakmathe bene wa bain chal b'shar ashar gal ha'aretz. And he said, Allah aimed to Nach, this is the sign of the covenant which I establish. You can see how Hakamte is now not a strictly perfect, I guess it is. You could say it's perfect. He has established. I would say it's also progressive. He is establishing it right now in the present. So it's not completely past because he's still talking about it. So it's progressive. Between me and between all flesh which is upon the earth. Wa ya'eo. Wa ya'eo.
And they were.
Right. B'nai Nach.
The sons of Nach.
Okay. Hayatza im, participle plural.
One's coming out of.
One's going out.
Man hafaba.
From the heart.
Sham wacham wayapath. Sham wacham wayapath.
Name
and Yapath.
Okay. Wacham ho abe chanan.
He's the father of.
Okay, don't ask me why you have a Yah here after the word noun, after the noun. You know, it would seem like you would need that. This is a word, it has its own rules. This is in construct, even though it's a masculine noun, and usually we have to do that. But this is the way it is. With this word, it's Abe Hanan, the father of Hanan. And why does it say that here? He's getting ready to tell you why he stuck this in here. Why did he just have to say that? It's probably because Ham was the first person to have a child after the flood. And we find out later that Hanan wasn't his first child. It was his youngest child. He had other sons before him. So Ham got busy after the flood and had kids. And this one, Hanan, is going to be important as we get to the end of the chapter. 19. Shalasha Allah b'nei Nach.
3 these, the sons of Nach.
Okay, so these 3, Allah is the common gender, both gender, and Shalasha is the feminine noun, because when we are talking about counting items from 3 to 10 in the masculine, then the number will be feminine. Okay, B'nai Nach, well, Ma'ala.
From these.
Okay, Napatsa.
Was dispersed.
Dispersed. What kind of word is this? Napatsa.
Passive, weak verb.
Third person, what gender?
Third person.
Feminine.
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 Why is it feminine? He's talking about 3 sons.
Ha'arat is the subject.
Why?
Ha'arat is the subject.
What is the subject?
The earth. say was dispersed all the earth around.
No. The sons are the subject.
Or the
Why
object.
so? It's because of the number shalasha.
Okay.
These three, the
Oh,
patsa. Right. The language is tricky. It's very creative. It's even though we're talking about masculine substantives here, because he introduced them as shalasha Allah. Now you have the verb agreeing with shalasha Allah and not with b'nai nach. Okay. So the patsa was spread abroad in the chal ha'aratz, all over the earth. Okay. Verse 20, Wayachal nach esh adama, and began Wayachal nach esh adama, a man of the land, or a farmer. He became a farmer, a husbandman. Okay, Wayatai Haram, and he planted a
vineyard.
Okay. Wa Yeshaf man hayin.
And he drank from the wine.
From the wine. Wa Yashachar, and he was
drunk.
He was Issachar. Yeah, he was Issachar. He was Yashachar. No, he was drunk. He got drunk. Wa Yathagal.
He uncovered himself.
Okay, the root has to be the last two letters, and one radical is missing. What's the radical?
Ha.
Ha. So these two letters here are the performative, tell you that what type of verb is this?
Shabath.
Reflexive. So wa yathagal is he uncovered, or he revealed himself. He exposed himself. He did it to himself. Bathoch alo, in the midst of
his tent.
His tent. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. He's in his own tent. Okay. Wa yar cham abe Hanan.
And Saul calmed the father of Canaan.
Again, you keep saying that Hanan here. It's like it's leading up to something. Why do you keep telling us he's the father of Hanan? Af Garoth abeu.
He saw the nakedness of his father.
Okay. Wa yagad lashane acheo bachutz.
So to the two of his brothers outside.
Outside. Why yagad lashane acheo? Wait a minute, is it acheo or achaeo? I'm sorry.
Achaeo.
Achaeo. Because acheo would be his brother. Achaeo, his brothers. Bachutz, from outside. Line 23. Wa yakach sham wa yapath. Atha shalama. I'm sorry, Atha shamala.
And took
Sham
and your path.
The covering.
Robe or a garment of some type. Okay. Wayashemo gal shacham.
And they put upon shoulder.
Put upon the shoulder. Shanehem, of the two of them. Wayalacho achareth.
And they walk
backwards.
They walk backwards. Wayachaso af garoth abeham.
And they covered
of their father.
Wapaneham achareth.
And their faces were
backwards.
Wagaroth abeham la ra'o.
And the nakedness of their fathers, not they saw.
So wa yekat nach mayeno.
And woke not from his wine.
Wayadai Athashar Akashalo Bano Hakatan.
And he knew that did to him his son, the little one.
Right. So he woke up from his wine and he knew what his youngest son. Now we find out that Ham is not the middle or the oldest. He's actually the youngest of the three boys, the three sons. Okay. Now we find out why Hanan is so important. Verse 25. Wa ya Amar, Aror Hanan.
He said, "Cursed is Canaan."
Cursed is Canaan. Chabad, Chabadim, Ya'e La'ache.
Servant of servants, he would be to his brothers.
All right. Wa ya Amar, Baruch Ya'o Allah Esham.
And he said, bless Yahweh Allah Esham.
Wa Ya'e Hanan Chabad Lamun.
There will be Canaan.
Servant.
Servant, yeah.
To them.
To them, yeah. To them.
To the descendants of Sham. So Sham is the only son that gets this blessing, Barak, blessed of Yahweh, God of Sham. That tells us that Sham is, of the three sons, the most important and the one who has the lion's share of his father's blessings, which tends to suggest that he is going to have the most progeny. Okay. So the children of Sham are the predominant people in the world. That's why when we say, you know, when we look at the when we look at the Y DNA tree and we see how it branches off, you have to make that branch that produces the most people. All of that has to be Sham. You guys understand that, right? You have the A haplogroup. There are three categories of A, and that fits with having three sons of one man who repopulated the world. And one of those branches of the A haplogroup became the father of everybody else who was not A. So if you are not strictly A, and you have the marker that branches out from A, you have to be who?
So
you have to be a Shamite. You have to be a descendant of Sham. Okay, the DNA tree fits our Thor like a glove. Problem is that the scientists are telling you it took millions and millions and millions and thousands of years for this tree to form. And the scriptures are telling you, no, it didn't take thousands. It didn't take that long. It happened rapidly, very quickly. All right. So we find out that the Shamites are going to be the most blessed, the most numerous, and the Canaanites are eventually going to be servants of the Shamites. Verse 27, Yapath, Allah aim la Yapath.
Yapath, like enlarge or something?
Not enlarged. That's what the white people are. I'm sorry. That's what the Gentiles want that word to mean.
Make small or diminish?
No. It means to deceive or to
see.
allure. Same word is in our Thor when it says, I will allure you to the wilderness. I will deceive you or allure you to come to the wilderness. Obviously, he had to make it attractive to get you guys. If I were living in a war-torn district with bombs going off and shells and tanks and all that stuff, you guys wouldn't come here, no matter what I say. But because I'm showing you beaches and palm trees and all this, stuff, that's how he is alluring you. Well, now it's this. You go back to this, and we see his name does not mean to enlarge. It means to allure and to deceive. And the father Nach is about to play off that word and tell you the future of this child or the progeny of this child. Okay, God is going to deceive and allure the descendants of Yapath. And he ends up being the oldest son, but why he gets this not so good blessing I don't know, but this is not a good thing. What he's saying is that the Yapath, the descendants of Yapath, are going to be allured and deceived. Waya Shechan,
they would dwell
Ba'ale Sham.
in the tents of Sham.
Now that doesn't mean, if it means he's going to be deceived, then to dwell in the tents of Sham is not good.
Huh.
Dwell in the tents of Sham, he doesn't have his own. That tells you that the Shamites are going to be so numerous that they're going to take over the territory of Yapath, and Yapath is going to become a tenant as opposed to a landlord. He's going to be a tenant of Sham. But
and will be Canaan a servant to them.
So the Canaanites will serve Yapath, but Yapath is still going to be beneath Sham, dwelling in his tents. So, folks try to say, well, this is talking about Negro slavery, and the Canaanites will be, the slave of all the different races of the people. But that's not really what we see here. Folks try to say you black folks are Canaanites. But it says here that Canaan will be a slave of other slaves. In verse 25, and as far as we've come, as low as we've gotten, we were never the slaves of other slaves. We were always the slaves of a master, not slaves of other slaves. And the only place you find people who are actually slaves of other slaves is where? Africa. That's where it is. East Africa, Southeast Africa, in the Sudan region, you will find slaves who own slaves. They're actually slaves of slaves. And that's where if we want to be pin the tail on a donkey, that's where the Canaanites are. What's left of them anyway is they are there. We can't be Canaanites, no matter what they try to say. If you stick to the grammar of the text and follow it like we just did, there's no way we can be Canaanites. There's no way that the Japhethites can be Europeans. Why? Are not tenants of anybody. The Europeans are the landlords. They have to be. Who must Europeans be?
Shamites.
Shamites. They have to be Shamites. I know that hurts people. No. Yeah. They are Shamites. They are, related to us. They're just not, they don't have our curses, but they have this blessing right here. They are the landlords. And wherever there is a Yapathite, I mean, there's probably very few of them still left, but wherever there's a Yapathite, he is a tenant of a Shamite. And the Canaanites are slaves of other slaves. That's how you have to explain this blessing to folks who try to twist it around and say it's talking about black slavery, all that crap. That's how you have to explain it to them. You have to go through the grammar and show them, no, that's not true. You have to look at each word and break it. Okay. 28. Nach achar hamabol.
After the flood.
Achar told. Shalash ma'oth shana.
300 years.
Chamashem shana.
50 years.
Okay. So he was 600 when the flood began, and he lived another 350 years after the flood. Wa ya'echal yamenach.
Was all the days of Nach.
The Shaima oath shana.
900
years.
Wa chamashem shana.
50
years.
Wa yamath.
He died.
He died. Seems impossible, right? A man lived 600 years. Come on. And he lived another 350 years out. Come on. That's just crazy. Come on, man. You guys are ridiculous. This is religious fantasy, religious fairy tales. You're wasting your life believing in this stuff. Come on, man. You mean to tell me he lived to be 950 years old? Are you out of your mind? That's what it says.
Yes, I'm out of my mind.
Yeah, I'm out of my mind. Yeah, I was saying that the other day. You know, I would rather believe this book and obey him, even if it turns out that it's just an imaginary friend of my head. I would rather believe in him and obey him, even if he kills me. Why? Because I'm using all my mental faculties and everything that he's given me in my brain to make this decision that this is preferable than a world without him and without this book, without his commandments. The alternative to me is fatalism. That's a world where I am the worst person you can possibly. I am the evilest person you could possibly. Why? Why would I want to be good? For what? Well, because people need to be treated. Why? Why? Why should I be good to anybody? Well, it's just right. You have to be part of the human family. No, if I would rather believe in this and be called a fool and be called ridiculous and be called whatever than the alternative. The alternative would be, for me, fatalism. I'll do whatever the hell I want to whoever the hell I want. And no remorse about doing it. Why? Why should I feel sorry about how I live and what I do? I'm going to die and that's it. I'm not going to face any judgment. I'm just going to cease to exist, and I'm not going to feel a thing or remember a thing when I die.
And that's how all they believe too.
Yeah, but for me, that's not a life I want to live. I don't want to live like that. No purpose. So, okay, well, you don't want to live that way. That means you're constructing your own fantasy. You just made up this make-believe world where you think there's a God who's going to hold you accountable for your actions. And that defines your behavior and how you relate to people. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I would rather, put all my eggs in that basket, even if I turn out to be wrong, than have the alternative. Because if I'm right, all of you are fucked. Excuse my language. If I'm right, you are screwed. If you're right, then I've got nothing to worry about. I just die and I just cease to exist and blah, blah, blah. If you're right, I've got nothing to worry about. If I'm right, you got a lot to worry about if I'm right. So that's the way I look at it. I don't know how you guys have tried to process it for yourselves, but that's the way I look at it. Yeah, it does seem very hard to believe that a man could live 950 years and he was a survivor of a flood that wiped out the planet. And only his 3 sons are the ones who have produced all of humanity that we see today. All right.
What's the luck my being?
Shalom.
What's interesting about Hanine being a Chabadim is when you look at the genealogy in the next chapter, he has the most sons.
Yeah, he has a lot. You're right. He's got a lot of kids. Got a lot of kids. I don't know if all of his children still have lineages. You got to remember now, not all lineages make it. Some of them die out. But I don't know which one is still here. But I don't think all of those lineages are still here.
Well, I mean, but in the beginning.
Yeah, you're right.
So they were servants of servants in the beginning. There were a lot of them.
Well, no. When did they really start becoming servants? I mean, they had our land. They weren't serving anybody. I mean, not in a negative sense. Maybe they were subject to the Egyptians, but that was just a political situation. But when did they really become bondage people? It's not till when we took the land and kicked them out, and they had to go to Africa, and that's really when their troubles began. So How can a man curse his child? And come on, man. You believe in curses? So I'm going to stop there. I'm not going to do prophecy because I woke up late. So we'll do it tomorrow. It's already 11 o'clock in the Eastern time zone. I can hear you guys falling asleep. But we'll pick up tomorrow. So are there any questions about Thor before we say shalom? And again, I do apologize for oversleep.
I should like the lemon green. I have a question about the bow, and this is like, so even though Yao put the bow there, you know, of course, as a reminder, the bow itself has a job, like, because it has to audit, like it has to know when to come out, you know, or when to show itself or something like that. So is that like the bow itself, when he created the bow, like he gave it a job so the bow knows when to appear and when not to?
The bow is not sentient. It's simply a phenomenon. It has no cognitive ability. It's simply a phenomenon.
Right. Okay. So when we see it, did he? I mean, I guess I'm trying to say, how do we? I mean, it like every time it rains, it's not always a rainbow in the sky. So I'm trying to
the conditions have to be right, but it's not. The rainbow is not creating itself. It's simply a phenomenon that happens when the conditions are right in the atmosphere.
Okay. Okay. Sure.
Yeah, I guess that's a great way to think about it. We don't always see rainbow, even though there might be precipitation in the atmosphere. It only happens when the sun is at a certain angle, and you know it has to be several things coinciding at the right moment, and you have to be at the right location to see the rainbow. Like I might see it over here. Hey, you see the rainbow? And like 3 months. No, what are you talking about?
Right.
I see it. Right. You don't see it? No, I don't see what you're talking. You know,
Yeah.
it's one of those things. It's a really it's really incredible, remarkable how he plays with light. He's a master of light. You know how he manipulates light and bends it and does all these crazy things with it. And that's one of his wonders, is the rainbow that we take for granted, but it's something that he put there to represent the sign of his covenant with the earth.
Okay, and then when we see two rainbows, that's just a reflection of the one, correct?
I don't know if it's a reflection of the same rainbow. It's just probably two different areas of the atmosphere that's reflecting light to create a rainbow.
Okay.
I've never seen two rainbows. I've never even seen a full bow. I've only seen like half or a piece of a bow. Some folks seen a whole like bow and they chase it to see where it lands. But I've never seen a whole bow stretch from one side of the earth to the other side and touch down. I've only seen like, you know, a little arc in the sky, but some folks, they can see a complete bow, which is fascinating. So one of these days, when we're together and we have our school and we have a science department, this will be great for the kids, man, to study what is actually taking place in the sky to create a rainbow. And we teach it from, you know, stuff that our kids don't get in schools now, right? When we have control of our education system and we can teach them from a Thor-centered, you know, standpoint, how fascinated they will be when they look at nature and they can go to the scripture and you know, stuff that I'm doing now that, you know, I wish I could have done when I was smaller, to really appreciate his creation and to
Shalom.
Shalom.
Shalom. I don't know if it was Nashe Pagayal or if it was your class, but last year, Ishay and I were driving back from New York, and we actually drove straight through the end of a rainbow. But each color, when we were driving on this street, it was like a wooded, like it was a lot of trees and stuff, and it had you could tell it just rained. So, but wherever it was, I can't even remember what state we were in. The colors were each miles long. They were not like a mile long. Like the blue, driving through the blue, it was like 2 miles long. Then when you get to the next color, it was beautiful. And when I tried to take pictures with my phone, the phone wouldn't show the colors. It was just like, oh my goodness, I'm so fascinated. We were both fascinated. Like it stopped on the road. So I believe it was Nashe, the guy, all that. And when I told him in his class, but he was saying that, that's another point and another way you can prove, the earth is still flat, because the rainbow does have an endpoint, because they try to say that the rainbow goes around the earth. When we can just, like it makes one big circle around it. No, there is the end of the rainbow, but each color, it's not like we see it from a distance, but when we were driving through it, each color was a few miles long. And I'm like, oh my gosh, we're in the blue. Oh my gosh, we're in the red.
Remember now, everyone has their own personal atmospheric bubble, right? Wherever you are standing, you have a radius around you of whatever, a couple of miles, and then above you up until zenith point, that's your personal bubble. So the rainbow is going to mimic your personal bubble. That's why someone outside of my radius won't see my rainbow. They have to be within my radius to see what I'm seeing. They can't see it unless they're within the same, bubble as I am. So that's how the Gentiles got it wrong. We're not under a dome. The whole earth is not under a dome. It's just that we are individually under domes. We all have our separate dome depending on your location. Your atmosphere is bending light, and that's why it looks like the sun is rising and setting when it's really just reflecting off of the atmosphere as the sun moves across you. The scripture is very let me give you this. If you turn to Thor 1:19 real quick, I want to show you this. I'm a big flat earth guy, you guys know that. But if you look at this verse here, chapter 19 and verse 13. Am I on the right chapter? Yeah, 19 verse. I'll find it.
Shalom, Mabin.
Verse 20. I'm sorry, go ahead.
If we're not covered by a dome, like what is the firmament? Like what does it look like?
It says it looks like a tent. Like the shape of it will be. Doade said it's a tent. A conical tent would be the best way to describe it. So it's not a dome like you'd think if you're inside of a stadium with an Astrodome. It's a tent that with lines that converge to an apex or a point. So it's not a pyramid. I wouldn't say it's a pyramid, because a pyramid is a square that has 4 angles that converge into an apex. But the firmament would be a conical tent with more than 4 lines, several lines that converge at an apex at the top.
So it'd be like a circus tent?
Like the circus tent, yeah.
Yes, exactly like that. Exactly like that. But I wanted to show you this verse in Genesis 19 real quick. So I want you guys to see, if the earth is round, then our book is, you got to throw it away. Let's see here. Yeah, verse 23, I'm sorry, 23. It says, Hashamash Yatz Ral Haaretz. Just those 4 words. Just look at those 4 words in the very beginning of verse 23. Hashamash Yatz Ral Haaretz.
The sun rose on the earth.
Not rose. What does yatz mean?
Has risen. Sorry.
Risen. See, that's how it's translated in English, because the heathens believed in the round earth at this time. It says the sun went forth. So what does that tell you about the sun? Is the earth moving or is the sun?
Sun.
That's flat earth. Bang. That's the end of it. That's the end of the discussion. The sun is moving. And it doesn't go up or down. It goes out upon the surface of the earth. That verse, those 4 words in that one verse proves, at least from the scripture, that the earth can't be round and the earth is not in motion around the sun. That is the sun that is moving above the earth, not rising and setting. It's going out and coming in, not up or down. It stays level and it goes out upon the earth. And I find that fascinating that, oh, that's just primitive people who don't know any better. This is the sun's apparent motion. No, because it could have said the sun rose. It didn't say that. It says the sun went out.
We'll say calm.
Yeah, it doesn't say rose.
Okay, calm.
Now, how do you know? How does a man know that the sun's not rising? It's just coming towards me. How do they know that? If they don't know if the earth is flat and the sun is coming towards you and going away from you. It's coming towards you and going, it's not rising above you and setting behind you. It's coming towards you and it's going away from you. That means the sun's in motion, number one, and it means the earth has to be flat, according to that verse. But you all are living under your own personal dome, your own personal atmospheric dome that follows you wherever you go. Wherever you walk around, that dome moves with you, right? And that's why you see what looks like a rising sun, because the reflection is off of your dome. And that the rainbow is a reflection of that dome. That's why you see it looks like it's bent like that, because the atmosphere around you is like a bubble. Right? Imagine how our kids, when they are raised in this knowledge, right? How amazed and awe they will be of our creator, instead of learning it late in life and having to be, wash all that foolishness out of their brain like we're doing. And we're struggling with it because we've been told something our whole life that's wrong. It's not true. But our kids will be raised knowing this stuff. They'll never have a question about it. What are you talking about? Right? That's what I look forward to when we are raising these children up with this knowledge that we have. We have a lot to give them, that we've been fortunate enough to be the generation that Yahweh gives all the stuff back to. His name, his scriptures, all that stuff he's giving back to us is so we can give it to our kids and raise up that generation he wants to use to take over the world. Take it back. Come on.
Come on.
All right, I'm going to stop there and say shalom, unless you guys got any more questions.
Shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom, Mashpachate.
Shalom,
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Shalom.
Did anybody